Dear listener, settle into comfort now. Let the weight of the day fall away like autumn leaves drifting to the ground. Tonight, we journey into a story of secrets and shadows, of heroism hidden in the folds of time. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and let us begin. The war was over. Those 3 words, so simple and yet so profound, echoed through the ancient corridors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry like a gentle benediction. The castle, scarred but standing, had begun its slow and tender process of healing. Stone by stone, spell by spell, the wounds of battle were being mended. The suits of armor had been restored to their pedestals, the portraits rehung upon walls that had witnessed centuries of magic and mystery. Even the ghosts moved with a lighter grace, their translucent forms drifting through halls no longer heavy with fear. It was spring now, a full year since Voldemort's final defeat. The grounds of Hogwarts bloomed with new life, wildflowers pushing through soil that had once run red, the whomping willow's branches swaying in a breeze that carried the scent of hope rather than ash. Students who had returned for an 8th year to complete their interrupted educations walked paths where grass had finally grown back, covering the scars of curses and fire. Laughter, hesitant at first, had returned to the Great Hall. Life, persistent and precious, was reclaiming its rightful place. But some wounds, dear listener, take longer to heal. Some questions linger in the quiet moments when the castle settles into sleep and the moon casts silver light through ancient windows. Professor Minerva McGonagall, now headmistress of Hogwarts, understood this well. She moved through her duties with the same dignity and strength that had defined her for decades. But those who knew her best could see the weight she carried. The war had taken so much. Students, colleagues, friends. Each name carved into the memorial in the entrance hall was a stone upon her heart. Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, Fred Weasley, Colin Creevey, Lavender Brown, and yes, even Severus Snape. Ah, Severus. His name still sparked debate, confusion, anger. The revelations of his true allegiance had shocked the wizarding world. But shock fades, and in its place, doubt often grows. Had he truly been a hero, or simply a man caught between choices, making the best of impossible circumstances? The truth, Minerva knew, was likely far more complex than anyone could imagine. It was on a quiet Tuesday evening in late April when Minerva found herself standing before the door to Severus Snape's former quarters. The dungeons were cool and still, the torches along the walls burning with steady, magical flame. She had put off this task for too long, she knew. A year had passed, and these rooms had remained untouched, locked and warded as they had been on the night of the final battle. It was time, she had decided that morning, to sort through what remained, to preserve what should be kept, to store away what might prove useful, and perhaps, just perhaps, to find some sense of closure. The wards recognized her authority as headmistress, dissolving like morning mist beneath her touch. The door swung open on silent hinges, and Minerva stepped into darkness. With a wave of her wand, soft light bloomed throughout the chambers, revealing rooms that seemed frozen in time. Everything was exactly as Severus had left it. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, volumes on potions, dark magic, defensive spells, ancient texts in languages both familiar and obscure. His desk stood near the window, its surface neat and organized, quill and ink at the ready, as though he might return at any moment to grade essays or prepare lessons. The air smelled faintly of old parchment and dried herbs, with an underlying note of something sharp and medicinal. Potions ingredients, Minerva thought, from the private stores he had kept. She moved through the rooms, slowly, reverently. This had been Severus's sanctuary, his retreat from a world that had never fully understood him. The sitting room was austere but not uncomfortable. A worn leather chair by the fireplace, a small table bearing a long cold cup of tea. In the bedroom, the four-poster bed was made with military precision, dark green hangings drawn back. On the nightstand, a single photograph in a simple frame caught Minerva's attention. She picked it up carefully, her throat tightening. It was an old Muggle photograph, the kind that didn't move, showing two children playing in a park. A girl with brilliant red hair and green eyes, laughing at something beyond the frame, and beside her, a thin boy with dark hair, watching her with an expression of such pure joy and devotion that it made Minerva's heart ache. Lily and Severus, before Hogwarts, before houses and choices, and the terrible weight of war had torn them apart. "Oh, Severus," Minerva whispered into the silence, "you carried this with you all those years." She set the photograph down gently and continued her exploration. In his study, she found shelves of carefully labeled potion bottles, notebooks filled with his precise, spidery handwriting, improvements to standard potions, notes on wand lore, observations about defensive magic. Each page was a testament to his brilliant, restless mind. She would ensure these were preserved, she decided. They would be valuable for future students, future potions masters. It was behind these notebooks, tucked away on a shelf concealed by a minor enchantment, that Minerva found something unexpected. A wooden box, small and unassuming, smooth with age. The wood was dark, perhaps walnut or mahogany, and carved into its surface was a simple design, a doe, graceful and alert, surrounded by a circle of protective runes. Minerva's hands trembled slightly as she lifted it down. The box was heavier than it looked, and she could feel the thrum of magic within it. Old magic, carefully contained and preserved. She carried it to Severus's desk and sat down in his chair. For a long moment, she simply looked at the box, her fingers tracing the carved doe. She knew what this symbol meant, had learned it in those terrible moments after the battle when Harry Potter had shared Severus's memories with her. The doe was Lily. The doe was his Patronus. The doe was the love that had defined and driven him through decades of darkness. Taking a deep breath, Minerva opened the box. Inside, nestled in velvet the color of midnight, were memory vials. Dozens of them, each no longer than her finger, filled with the silvery, luminescent strands of preserved memories. They glinted in the soft light like threads of moonlight caught in glass. Each vial bore a small label, written in Severus's meticulous script, but the labels were cryptic, revealing little. Initials, dates, brief phrases that meant nothing without context. HP, Troll. OKT31, HP, Quidditch. Novicia, Year 1, HP, Parseltongue, Dessay, Year 2. SB, Shrieking Shack, June, Year 3. HG, Yule Ball, Dessay, Year 4. There were more, each carefully dated, each marked with initials that Minerva slowly began to decipher. HP, Harry Potter, of course. SB, Sirius Black. HG, Hermione Granger. DM, Draco Malfoy. On and on the vials went, chronicling moments throughout Severus's years as a professor, his years as a spy, his years walking the knife's edge between light and dark. At the bottom of the box, beneath all the others, lay one vial larger than the rest. Its label bore only a single word in slightly shakier handwriting, as though written in a moment of great emotion. Always. Minerva sat back in the chair, her mind racing. These were memories Severus had preserved, extracted from his own mind and saved. But why? And why hide them away, protected by enchantments and wards? Had he meant for them to be found? Or had he simply needed to keep them safe, to preserve evidence of what? The answer came to her slowly, like dawn breaking over the mountains. These were proof. These were the moments no one had witnessed, the interventions no one had known about, the times Severus Snape had saved lives from the shadows. He had preserved them not for glory. Severus had never sought glory, but perhaps for Harry. Perhaps as a final gift, a way to show the boy he had protected all those years that he had never been alone, even when he felt most abandoned. Or perhaps, Minerva thought with a surge of sadness, he had simply needed to remind himself why he did what he did, why he endured the hatred, the suspicion, the loneliness. These memories might have been his anchor, his proof that the terrible things he had to do in service of the greater good were worth the cost. Minerva carefully closed the box and stood. This was not a decision she could make alone. These memories belonged to someone else now, someone who had earned the right to see them, to understand fully what Severus Snape had sacrificed. They belonged to Harry Potter. 3 days later, Harry Potter sat in the headmistress's office, staring at the wooden box on the desk between them. He looked older than his 19 years, Minerva thought. The war had aged them all, but Harry bore it differently. In the set of his shoulders, the shadows that sometimes passed through his green eyes so like his mother's. "I'm not sure I want to see them, Professor," Harry said quietly. His hands were clasped tightly in his lap, knuckles white. "He gave me his memories once already. I saw enough." "I understand your hesitation, Harry," Minerva replied, her voice gentle but firm. "What Severus showed you that night was his deepest truth, his greatest secret. It was painful, I know. But these," she gestured to the box, "these are different. These are not about his past, his choices, his relationship with your mother. These are about you." Harry's eyes snapped up to meet hers. "About me?" "About protecting you. About the countless times, year after year, that he intervened to keep you safe. Times you never knew about, actions you never witnessed." Minerva leaned forward. "Harry, I think Severus wanted you to understand that he didn't just save your life in the abstract as part of some promise to Dumbledore. He saved you, specifically and repeatedly, in ways large and small. He was watching over you always." The word hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning. Always. The word that had defined Severus Snape's life. Harry was quiet for a long time, his gaze returning to the box. The carved dough seemed to gleam in the firelight. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "I named my son after him, Albus Severus. I told Albus what Professor Snape did, what he sacrificed. But sometimes, I wake up at night and I still feel angry. Angry about the way he treated me, the way he treated all of us. Angry that he had to die before I could understand. And then I feel guilty for being angry because he saved my life. He saved everyone and he died for it." "Grief and gratitude can exist together, Harry," Minerva said softly. "So can anger and love. Severus was not a perfect man. He was sharp-tongued and often cruel. He let his bitterness toward your father color his treatment of you, and that was wrong. but he was also unwaveringly brave, fiercely loyal to the cause he had chosen, and more protective of you than you ever knew. Both things are true. Harry nodded slowly, then reached out and pulled the box towards him. His fingers traced the carved dough, just as Minerva's had days before. "If I do this," he said, "will you stay? I don't want to do it alone." "Of course," Minerva said, rising from her chair. "I'll be right here." Harry opened the box, and the silvery memories within seemed to pulse with soft light. He looked at the labels, reading each one, his expression growing more troubled with each vial he examined. Finally, his hand hovered over the first chronologically, the one marked HP, Troll, Oct 31. "First year," Harry murmured. "Halloween, the troll in the dungeon. I remember that night. Ron and I saved Hermione and Professor Snape. He came limping in afterward. I thought Hermione had hurt him somehow when she mentioned he'd been gone." "Perhaps," Minerva said quietly, "this memory will show you what really happened." Harry picked up the vial, his hand steady now, resolved. He looked at the pensieve that Minerva had already brought out, sitting on its stand near the window. The basin's runes glowed softly, ready to receive the memory, to transform silvery thought into visible experience. "Okay," Harry said, standing. He walked to the pensieve and uncorked the vial. The memory slid out like liquid light, swirling in the basin's depths. Harry looked back at Minerva one more time. She nodded encouragingly. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, "for finding these, for bringing them to me." "Severus would have wanted you to have them," Minerva replied. "I'm certain of that now." Harry took a deep breath, leaned forward, and let himself fall into the memory. His physical form remained standing by the pensieve, swaying slightly, but his consciousness had gone elsewhere, into the past, into a night 11 years ago, when a troll wandered into Hogwarts, and a boy who didn't yet know his destiny faced danger with only friendship and desperate courage to guide him. Minerva watched him, this young man who had saved them all, and sent up a silent prayer. "Let him find peace, Severus. Let these memories give him what he needs. Let him finally understand that he was never alone, that someone was always watching over him, always protecting him, always." In the depths of the pensieve, the memory began to unfold, and Harry Potter stepped into the past to discover truths that had been hidden for over a decade. The stone corridors of Hogwarts stretched out before him, and somewhere in the distance, a troll's roar echoed through the dungeons, marking the beginning of revelations that would change everything he thought he knew. The first secret was about to be revealed, dear listener. And there were many more waiting in that small wooden box, each one a testament to courage that had never sought recognition, to love that had endured through darkness, to a man who had lived and died in shadow so that others might walk in light. The world shifted and reformed around Harry, the familiar sensation of memory travel pulling him through time and space. When his feet touched solid ground, he found himself standing in a corridor he recognized. The dungeons of Hogwarts, but Hogwarts as it had been in his first year. The torches burned with that particular orange glow he remembered, and the stones beneath his feet were unmarred by the cracks and repairs that would come years later. It was Halloween night, 1991. Harry could feel the temporal magic of the memory anchoring him to this specific moment, this precise slice of time that Severus Snape had deemed important enough to preserve. The corridor was chaos. Students were running, screaming, pushing past each other in their desperation to escape. Harry heard his younger self's voice somewhere in the distance, urgent and frightened. "Hermione! We have to find Hermione." The memory, however, didn't follow his younger self. Instead, it remained fixed on a figure that emerged from a side passage, robes billowing like dark wings. Severus Snape. Harry's breath caught. He had forgotten how young Professor Snape had looked back then, only in his early 30s, though his expression carried the weight of far more years. His dark eyes swept the corridor with practiced efficiency, cataloguing the fleeing students, searching for something, someone. "Back to your common rooms," Snape's voice cut through the panic like a blade. "All of you now, move!" Students scattered at his command, but Snape was already moving, his wand drawn, his pace quickening to a near run. Harry followed, fascinated despite himself. He had never seen this. He had been with Ron, searching for Hermione, completely unaware that his least favorite professor was moving through the castle with such purpose. Snape's lips moved silently as he ran, muttering tracking spells, detection charms. His wand tip glowed faintly blue, following some invisible trail. Harry realized with a jolt that Snape was tracking him, tracking his younger self. The professor had known somehow that Harry and Ron weren't with the other students. He had known they would do something foolish and brave and potentially deadly. The corridor opened into a wider passage, and Harry saw the door ahead. The girls' bathroom where he and Ron had trapped the troll, where Hermione had been in mortal danger. He saw his younger self and Ron disappear through the doorway, heard the enormous crash as the troll's club connected with stone. Snape put on a burst of speed, but as he approached the doorway, 3 figures emerged from a side passage, blocking his path. Quirrell, looking pale and terrified. McGonagall, her face set in lines of stern determination. And Dumbledore, eyes twinkling even in crisis. "Severus," Dumbledore said calmly, "the troll is contained. I believe young Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley have the situation well in hand." "With respect, Headmaster," Snape said, and Harry heard something in his voice he had never heard before, barely controlled fear. "They are 11 years old facing a mountain troll. I must—" A crash from within the bathroom. A girl's scream. Ron's voice shouting something about his nose. Snape moved to push past, but Quirrell— damn him, Harry thought. Damn him for every moment of his deception, had positioned himself directly in the doorway. "But perhaps we should all go in together. Safety in numbers?" It was a delay tactic, Harry realized. Quirrell had sent the troll. Quirrell wanted Harry dead, or at least vulnerable, and he was using the other professors to slow down the one person who was truly desperate to reach the endangered students. "Move," Snape said, his voice deadly quiet. But it was too late. The door burst open, and Harry's younger self stumbled out, followed by Ron and Hermione, all 3 of them covered in troll snot and stone dust, but miraculously alive. Harry watched his younger face, so much smaller, so much more innocent than he felt now, split into a relieved grin. "We're okay. We got it. We knocked it out." The professors rushed into the bathroom to verify, to ensure the troll was truly unconscious. All except Snape. He remained in the corridor, and Harry moved closer to observe his expression. What he saw there made his throat tighten. Relief. Profound, overwhelming relief. Snape's shoulders sagged fractionally, His wand hand trembled just slightly, and for one unguarded moment, his carefully constructed mask of cold indifference slipped. He was looking at Harry's younger self, the way someone might look at a child pulled from a burning building, with the desperate gratitude of someone who had nearly lost something irreplaceable. Then the mask snapped back into place, and Snape was sweeping toward the bathroom, his expression once again remote and disapproving. But Harry had seen. He had seen the truth beneath the performance. The memory skipped forward now, jolting through time in the way memories sometimes did when the extracted strand contained multiple moments from a single evening. Harry found himself in a different corridor, darker and more isolated. Snape was leaning against the wall, his face drawn with pain. His hand clutched his leg, and even in the dim light, Harry could see blood seeping through his robes. Dumbledore approached from the shadows, his expression grave. "Let me see, Severus." "It's nothing," Snape said, but his voice was tight. "It is very much something. You took a curse meant for Harry." Harry stepped closer, his heart pounding. A curse he had never known. "Quirrell positioned himself perfectly," Snape said, allowing Dumbledore to examine his leg. "When I attempted to pass him, he cast under cover of his theatrical stuttering. A cutting curse, poorly aimed from his perspective. Perfectly aimed if one considers he may have intended me as the target all along." "You believe he suspects you're protecting the boy?" "I believe," Snape said carefully, wincing as Dumbledore's wand tip glowed over the wound, "that he is not as great a fool as he pretends to be. He blocked my path deliberately. He wanted the boy vulnerable, even if only for moments. And yet Harry is safe. You saw to that." Snape's expression hardened. "I saw to nothing. Potter and his friends defeated a mountain troll through sheer blind luck and Gryffindor recklessness. All I accomplished was getting injured for my trouble." "You got injured?" Dumbledore said gently. "Ensuring you were close enough to intervene if that luck failed. That limp you'll carry for days will mark your dedication, even if the only one who knows the truth is standing before you now." Snape said nothing, but his jaw clenched. Harry watched him, this younger version of his professor, and felt his understanding shift and reform like broken glass rearranging itself into a new pattern. "Will you tell him?" Snape asked quietly. "Eventually. Will you tell Potter what you ask of me, what I do?" "No," Dumbledore said, finishing his healing spell. "The boy must believe you dislike him, Severus. Your safety, his safety, all depends on it. Voldemort must never suspect that you protect Harry out of anything but coercion to me. If he were to discover the truth, discover her," Dumbledore's voice softened, "discover how much you still love her through him, you would be lost." Snape stood, testing his leg. "I do not protect him out of love, Albus. I protect him out of debt." "Of course," Dumbledore said, but his eyes twinkled with a knowing light that made Snape turn away sharply. The memory faded, dissolving into silver mist, and Harry felt himself being pulled forward through time. When the world solidified again, he was standing in the Quidditch stadium, November wind whipping through the stands. He knew this memory too, his first Quidditch match, the one where his Nimbus 2000 had bucked and spun, trying to throw him from the sky. But this time, Harry wasn't watching from the perspective of a terrified 11-year-old clinging to a broom. He was watching from behind Severus Snape, who stood in the professor's section, his dark eyes fixed on the small figure of Harry high above. Harry moved to see his professor's face and felt his breath catch. Snape's expression was one of absolute concentration, his lips moving constantly, his wand concealed within his robes, but clearly active. Tiny sparks of magic danced at his fingertips, visible only to someone standing as close as Harry was now. In the stands across the way, Harry could see Quirrell, also muttering, also focused on the young boy on the broom. And he could see Hermione setting fire to Snape's robes in a desperate attempt to break what she believed was a curse. But from here, from this angle, Harry could see the truth. Every time Quirrell's wand pulsed with dark magic, every time the Jinx tried to take hold of the Nimbus, Snape's counter-curse fled to life. It was like watching two invisible fighters locked in combat, their battlefield the air itself, their weapons spelled and counterspelled in a deadly dance. Snape never flinched, even when flames licked at his robes. He simply banished them with a wandless gesture and continued his counter-curse, his concentration unbroken. Sweat beaded on his forehead. His hands trembled with the effort. The magical drain of maintaining such a complex counterspell for so long was enormous. Harry had learned enough about advanced magic to understand that now. Then Quirrell fell, knocked aside by Hermione's desperate charge through the stands, and the Jinx broke. Harry's younger self regained control of his broom and caught the snitch moments later. Snape sagged against the railing, exhausted. His face was grey, his breathing laboured. Professor McGonagall touched his arm in concern, but he waved her off. "Fine," he muttered, simply tired. "You should rest, Severus," McGonagall said. "You look quite ill." "I said I'm fine, Minerva." His eyes found Harry's younger self on the pitch below, surrounded by cheering teammates, holding the snitch aloft in triumph. Something flickered across Snape's face. Pride, perhaps, or satisfaction, quickly hidden. "The match is over. That's what matters." The memory began to fade again, but not before Harry heard Dumbledore's voice, quiet and meant only for Snape. "Well done, my dear boy. Well done indeed." The pensive pulled Harry forward once more, and when the world reformed, it was winter. December of his second year, Harry realized, recognizing the Christmas decorations in the Great Hall. This was the night of Lockhart's disastrous dueling club. Harry watched his younger self face Draco Malfoy on the raised platform, watched the serpent materialize from Draco's wand, watched himself speak to it in Parseltongue, without even realizing he was doing so. He remembered the horror that had followed, the whispers, the accusations. But the memory followed Snape, who moved with calculated purpose as the hall erupted in shocked murmurs, as students began backing away from Harry with fear in their eyes. Snape stepped forward. "Fascinating," he said, his voice cutting through the noise. His tone was clinical, almost bored. "Potter speaks Parseltongue. Given his connection to the Dark Lord, this is hardly surprising. Tell me, Potter, do you also dream in snake language? Do you hiss when you're angry?" Harry's younger self flushed with humiliation. The student's shock transformed into nervous laughter. The tension broke, shifted, became something manageable rather than terrifying. But Harry, watching from outside the memory, saw what he had missed then. He saw Snape's wand flick subtly at Lockhart, saw the spell that made the buffoon stumble over his words, just as he was about to launch into some dramatic speech about dark marks and evil omens. He saw Snape guide the conversation, deliberately humiliating young Harry in a way that made the incident seem commonplace, almost mundane. Better they think Potter arrogant, Snape's expression seemed to say, than they think him a threat. Later, after the students had been dismissed, Harry watched Snape stand alone in the empty Great Hall. Dumbledore joined him, emerging from the shadows near the head table. Cruel, Dumbledore observed mildly, but effective. The boy speaks Parseltongue, Snape said flatly. Slytherin's gift. The school will remember the Chamber of Secrets, will remember the monster that dwelt there. They would have feared him, ostracized him. Some might have tried to hurt him. And so, you made them laugh at him instead. Better to be thought a fool than a monster, Albus. Potter's pride will recover. His safety is what matters. You sound almost protective. Snape's expression hardened. I sound practical. A dead boy serves no purpose. Lily's sacrifice would mean nothing. Of course, Dumbledore said again, with that same infuriating twinkle. Lily, always Lily. Snape turned away sharply, his robe swirling. Was there anything else, Headmaster? Only this. You did well tonight, Severus. Harry is safer because of you, even if he'll never know it. Even if he'll go to bed tonight, hating you a little more. That is the burden you have chosen to bear. I chose nothing, Snape said bitterly. I simply live with the consequences of my choices. He strode from the hall, and Harry followed his retreating form until the memory dissolved into silvery mist once more. Harry surfaced from the pensive, gasping, his hands gripping the basin's edge for support. The headmistress's office reformed around him, the portraits watching from the walls, Fawkes preening on his perch, Professor McGonagall sitting exactly where he had left her, waiting patiently. Professor, Harry said, his voice rough with emotion. He was, all those times, he was protecting you, McGonagall finished gently. Yes, Harry, from the very beginning, even when it cost him, even when it meant enduring your hatred and suspicion. Harry sank into the chair across from her desk, his mind reeling. 3 memories, 3 moments he had lived through without understanding what was truly happening in the shadows around him. How many more waited in that box? How many times had Severus Snape stood between him and death, taken curses meant for him, exhausted himself, maintaining spells to keep him safe? The limp, Harry said suddenly. That Halloween, when he came into the bathroom after the troll. We all thought he'd been trying to get past Fluffy, trying to steal the stone. But he was injured protecting me. Yes, and the Quidditch match. Hermione set his robes on fire because she thought he was cursing my broom. She told me later she was so proud of herself for stopping him. Harry's laugh was bitter. We were stopping the person trying to save me. You were children doing the best you could with the information you had, McGonagall said firmly. You are not to blame for misunderstanding a situation that was deliberately constructed to be misunderstood. Severus made sure you believed he was your enemy. He had to, because of Voldemort. Yes, if the Dark Lord had suspected for even a moment that Severus truly cared about protecting you, that he was motivated by anything other than reluctant obedience to Dumbledore, he would have killed Severus slowly and horribly. The only way Severus could protect you was to make absolutely everyone believe he despised you, including you. Harry looked at the box of memories, at the remaining vials that glinted in the firelight. So many more stories waited. There. So many more moments of hidden heroism. I should stop for tonight, he said quietly. It's a lot to process. Of course, McGonagall said. The memories will be here whenever you're ready. There's no rush, Harry. But as Harry stood to leave, he found himself reaching for the box, pulling it toward him. May I take it with me? I'll be careful with them, I promise. I think I need to do this at my own pace, in private. McGonagall studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Of course. They're yours now, Harry. Severus preserved them for you, even if he never told you so. Take them, learn from them, and perhaps in understanding what he did, you'll find some peace. Harry held the box carefully, feeling the weight of it, the weight of all those preserved moments of sacrifice. Thank you, Professor, he said, for finding these, for showing me. Thank you for having the courage to look, she replied. It takes a brave heart to re-examine the past, Harry. Severus would be proud. As Harry left the office, the box tucked safely under his arm, he felt something shift in his chest. The anger he had carried, the confusion, the guilt, it didn't disappear, but it changed, softened, made room for something new, understanding, and perhaps, eventually, forgiveness. Harry sat in his small flat in London, the wooden box open on the table before him. It had been 2 days since he'd left Professor McGonagall's office. 2 days of thinking about those first memories, of reassessing everything he thought he knew about Severus Snape. The box had sat on his nightstand, calling to him in the quiet hours, until finally tonight he had gathered his courage to continue. He had borrowed a pensieve from the ministry, a smaller, portable version used for witness testimonies and memory evidence. It sat now on his coffee table, runes glowing softly in the dim lamplight of his sitting room. Rain pattered against the windows, a gentle percussion that somehow made the moment feel more intimate, more solemn. Harry's fingers traced the labels on the remaining vials, reading each one carefully. His eyes caught on one marked SB, Shrieking Shack. June, Year 3. Sirius Black, The Shrieking Shack. 3rd year. Harry remembered that night with perfect clarity. The night he had learned the truth about Sirius, about Pettigrew, about everything. The night Snape had burst in, apparently intent on dragging Sirius back to the Dementors. Harry had been so angry, so certain, that Snape's actions were driven by old grudges and petty revenge. But what if he had been wrong? What if, like everything else, there was more to that moment than he had understood? With steady hands, Harry uncorked the vial and poured the memory into the pensieve. The silvery strands swirled and settled, forming a shimmering surface that reflected his face back at him. Older now, marked by war and loss, but still bearing his mother's green eyes. The eyes Snape had protected for so many years. Harry leaned forward and let himself fall into the memory. The world reformed into darkness and urgency. Harry found himself in a corridor he recognized, the passage leading from beneath the Whomping Willow toward the Shrieking Shack. But this time, he wasn't following his younger self, Ron and Hermione. He was following Severus Snape, who moved through the tunnel with desperate speed. Snape's face was pale, his expression more openly fearful than Harry had ever seen it. His wand was drawn, glowing with a tracking spell that left traces of blue light in the air. His breathing was harsh in the confined space, echoing off the earthen walls. "Foolish children," Snape muttered, his voice tight with barely controlled panic. "Foolish, reckless." He didn't finish the thought. saving his breath for speed instead. Harry followed, fascinated despite himself. He could see the tension in every line of Snape's body, the way his free hand clenched and unclenched at his side. This wasn't the cold, controlled professor Harry remembered from that night. This was a man terrified of what he might find. They emerged into the shrieking shack's lower room. Snape paused, his wand raised, listening. Above them, voices drifted down through the broken floorboards. Harry's own young voice, Hermione's, Ron's, and two others, Sirius Black and Remus Lupin. Snape's expression transformed into something complex and painful. Remus. Harry saw recognition flash across his professor's face, followed by a cascade of emotions. Old betrayal, older friendship, bitterness, and beneath it all, a terrible understanding. Remus, Snape breathed, so quietly Harry almost missed it. You poor fool. Not you too. He moved toward the stairs, but more carefully now, wand at the ready. Harry watched him climb, saw him pause outside the door to the upper room, listening to the conversation within. And Harry, standing invisible beside him, could see his face as he processed what he was hearing. Sirius's voice ragged with desperation. Peter Pettigrew, he's been hiding as Ron's rat all this time. Hermione's voice skeptical. But that's impossible. The Fidelius charm, Sirius interrupted. I wasn't the secret keeper. Peter was. He betrayed James and Lily. He killed those muggles. He framed me. Harry watched Snape's face carefully. He saw shock, then calculation, then, most tellingly, the beginning of terrible doubt. Snape had heard about Pettigrew being alive, had heard the accusation, and Harry could see him processing it, testing it against what he knew, what he remembered. But instead of waiting, instead of listening further, Snape burst through the door exactly as Harry remembered, wand raised, magic crackling at his fingertips, Sirius's wand flying across the room. Yet watching it now, from outside the memory, from Snape's own preserved perspective, Harry saw what he had missed as a frightened 13-year-old. He saw that Snape's wand wasn't pointed at Sirius's heart. It was pointed at his chest, a non-lethal target. He saw that the disarming spell had been precisely calculated to send Sirius's wand far enough away to disarm him, but not so far it couldn't be recovered. He saw that Snape positioned himself between the students and both Sirius and Remus, his body a shield. Well, well, Lupin, Snape said, his voice dripping with venom. Out for a little stroll in the moonlight, are we? But Harry, standing where his younger self couldn't see, watched Snape's eyes. They weren't fixed on Lupin with hatred. They were scanning the room, counting students, checking for injuries, evaluating threats. His hatred was a performance, a mask worn so habitually it seemed real. The scene played out as Harry remembered. His younger self's protests, Hermione's desperation, Sirius's rage. But this time, Harry noticed details he had missed. He noticed how Snape kept his body angled to block any potential attack on the students. He noticed how his wand never wavered from Sirius, even when Remus moved, because Sirius was the escaped convict, the presumed murderer, the greatest perceived threat. You're going back to the castle, Snape said coldly to his younger self, to all three students. I'll see to it that both Black and Lupin are properly dealt with. Properly dealt with? Sirius snarled. You mean kissed by dementors before anyone hears the truth? The truth, Snape said, and Harry heard something crack in his voice, something that might have been uncertainty. is that you betrayed your best friends to the Dark Lord, that you murdered Peter Pettigrew and 12 muggles, that you've come here to finish what you started and murder Harry Potter. No, Harry's younger self shouted. You have to listen. Peter Pettigrew is alive. He's been Ron's rat. Scabbers is Pettigrew. Snape's eyes flicked to Ron, to the rat clutched in his arms, and Harry saw it, a moment of hesitation, of doubt. The rat was struggling, trying to escape. Its behavior was frantic, almost human in its desperation. But then Harry's younger self made his fatal mistake. Young Harry pointed his own wand at Snape, and Ron and Hermione joined him, 3 wands against their professor. The memory seemed to slow, and Harry felt the weight of that moment, as Snape must have felt it. 3 students he was sworn to protect, pointing wands at him. Sirius Black, who might be innocent, who might be telling the truth, but who might also be the most dangerous criminal in Britain. Remus Lupin, a werewolf, a former friend, compromised and possibly controlled by Black. And somewhere in the chaos, the possibility, however remote, that Peter Pettigrew truly was alive, truly was the traitor. How did one choose? How did one act when every option might be catastrophic? Snape's decision was instant. You foolish boy, he hissed at Harry, and with a flick of his wand, he disarmed all 3 students simultaneously, their wands flying into his hand. You have no idea what you're doing. No idea what... That was when Hermione hit him with the disarming charm, and everything dissolved into chaos. But the memory didn't end there. It shifted, reformed, showing what happened after Harry and the others had fled with Sirius and Remus, after they had gone to face the Dementors by the lake. Snape lay unconscious on the shack's dusty floor, stunned by the combined spells of 3 determined students. When he woke, he was alone. The moon was higher in the sky, and he lurched to his feet with a gasp of pure terror. No, no, no! He stumbled toward the door, wand raised, following the trail of magic and footprints. Harry followed him out into the night, watched him emerge from the Whomping Willows tunnel, and immediately break into a run toward the Forbidden Forest. Remus! Snape shouted into the darkness. Remus, the moon! You didn't take your potion. And then Harry heard it, a howl that chilled his blood even in memory. The werewolf had transformed. Snape's pace became frantic. He ran toward the sound, toward the danger, even as every instinct must have screamed at him to run away. Harry understood now what Snape had known in the Shrieking Shack, that Remus hadn't taken his wolfsbane potion that night, that he would transform, that students were in danger. That was why Snape had burst in so aggressively, not from revenge, but from desperate necessity. He had been trying to get the students away before moonrise, trying to capture Sirius and restrain Remus before it was too late. And the students had stopped him. Harry had stopped him. The memory followed Snape as he searched the forest edge, wand blazing with detection spells, finding traces of the werewolf's path, finding evidence of a chase. He found Sirius's abandoned robes. He found signs of Dementor presence. And finally, near the lake, he found them. Unconscious students, an unconscious werewolf reverting to human form, and Sirius Black nowhere in sight. Snape's relief at finding the students alive was palpable. He checked each one, Harry, Hermione, Ron, with gentle, efficient spells, ensuring they were merely unconscious and not seriously harmed. His hands trembled as he checked Harry's pulse, as he whispered a diagnosis charm over the boy's still form. Alive, he breathed. Thank Merlin. Thank... His voice broke. Then he turned to Remus, and his expression hardened. Remus was naked, vulnerable, unconscious. It would have been easy to bind him cruelly, to take revenge for old betrayals, for tonight's chaos. But Snape simply conjured a stretcher, levitated Remus onto it with care, and covered him with a warming charm. "You always were a fool, Remus," Snape said quietly, looking down at his former schoolmate. "Following Black like a loyal dog, or should I say, wolf." His laugh was bitter. "I hope to God he truly was innocent. I hope Peter Pettigrew truly is alive. Because if you've thrown away your career, your freedom, your life for Sirius, Black's lies..." He didn't finish the thought. Instead, he conjured stretchers for the students, began the process of levitating them all back toward the castle. It was delicate work, exhausting magic, but he managed it with grim determination. As he walked, Harry heard him muttering to himself, talking through the evidence, the claims, the possibilities. Pettigrew alive, the rat. Animagus registry never showed unregistered, possible. Black story, coherent. Desperate, but coherent. The Fidelius charm. If Peter was the secret keeper and not Sirius. His voice dropped to barely a whisper. If I helped send an innocent man to Azkaban, if I let the real traitor escape for 12 years, if Peter truly betrayed Lily... Harry saw anguish flash across Snape's face, saw him stumble slightly under the weight of that possibility. The memory shifted again, jumping forward to later that night. Snape stood in Dumbledore's office, his expression haggard. "The boy said Pettigrew was the rat," Snape said without preamble. "That he's been hiding as an animagus. Black's story was that he was never the secret keeper, that it was Peter all along." "And what do you think, Severus?" Dumbledore asked gently. Snape was quiet for a long moment. I think I rushed in with my assumptions. I heard Sirius Black had broken into the castle, that students were in danger, and I reacted on instinct, on old hatred, on..." He stopped himself. "I should have listened, should have verified before taking action. You were trying to protect your students. I was trying to capture Sirius Black," Snape corrected bitterly. "I was trying to prove I was right about him, that I'd been right all along about the Marauders and their reckless, dangerous games. And if Black truly was innocent, if Pettigrew truly was the traitor," his hands clenched into fists, "then I have added to the injustice done to him. I have missed my chance to capture the man who actually betrayed Lily." "Or," Dumbledore said softly, "you protected 3 students from a transformed werewolf, from dementors, from a chaos you didn't fully understand. You brought them home safely. That is what matters, Severus." "Is it?" Snape's voice was hollow. "Because Potter looks at me with more hatred now than ever before. He thinks I tried to have his godfather killed for sport. He doesn't know I was trying to save him. He'll never know. Perhaps that's for the best." "Perhaps," Snape agreed, but he sounded defeated. "I've added another sin to the list Potter keeps of me, another reason for him to hate me, another moment where I was the villain in his story. You were the hero," Dumbledore said firmly, whether he knows it or not. Snape laughed, but there was no humor in it. "A hero no one wants, a protector everyone fears. Is that not the definition of a monster, Albus?" The memory began to fade, but not before Harry saw Snape turn to the window, looking out at the lake where Harry had been saved by his own Patronus, or rather, as Harry now knew, by Snape's intervention that had bought him precious time. Snape's reflection in the glass showed a man carrying the weight of the world, a man who saved lives and earned only hatred in return. Always, Snape whispered to his reflection, to the night, to the memory of a red-haired woman who would never know how many times he'd saved her son. Always. Harry surfaced from the pensive, gasping, tears streaming down his face. He had been so certain that night, so absolutely convinced that Snape was acting from petty revenge, from old grudges, from pure malice. But he had been wrong. Snape had been trying to save them, all of them, even Sirius, by bringing him in alive rather than letting the Dementors find him first. And Harry had stopped him, had attacked him, had hated him for it. "I'm sorry," Harry whispered to the empty room, to the memory dissolving back into silver strands in the pensive. "Professor, I'm so sorry. I didn't understand. I didn't know." The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, and Harry sat in his small flat, surrounded by memories of a man who had spent his life protecting a boy who had spent his life hating him in return. How many times, Harry wondered, looking at the box of remaining memories, how many times had Snape saved him, only to be rewarded with suspicion and scorn? How had he borne it? How had he continued year after year, knowing that his efforts would never be recognized, never be appreciated, never earn him even a moment of the gratitude he deserved? The answer, Harry knew, was in that single word Snape had whispered into the darkness, always, for Lily, for love, for a promise made and kept even unto death. Harry reached for another vial, then stopped himself. He needed time to process this, to sit with the weight of these revelations. But he knew he would return to the memories soon. There were still more secrets to uncover, more moments to witness, more truths waiting to transform his understanding of the man who had saved his life again and again while wearing the mask of his enemy. A week had passed since Harry had viewed the Shrieking Shack memory. 7 days of working at the ministry, of going through the motions of his life, while his mind returned again and again to that wooden box, to those silver strands of preserved truth. He had told no one about the memories, not Ron, not Hermione, not even Ginny. This felt private, sacred somehow, a conversation between himself and a dead man who had never been able to speak freely while alive. It was Sunday evening when Harry finally returned to the pensive. He sat in his flat with a cup of tea cooling beside him, the box open, the vials glinting in the lamplight. His fingers found one labelled H.G. Yule Ball, Deck, Year 4, Hermione, the Yule Ball, 4th year. Harry smiled slightly, remembering that night, the Triwizard Tournament, the champions, the disaster of his own attempt to dance with Parvati Patil. But this memory was about Hermione, and his smile faded as he wondered what Snape could have preserved from that evening. What danger had lurked beneath the glamour and music that none of them had noticed? He poured the memory into the pensive and let himself fall into the past once more. The great hall materialized around him, transformed into a winter wonderland. Ice sculptures gleamed in corners. Enchanted snow fell from the ceiling without ever reaching the ground, and hundreds of fairy lights floated like captured stars. The Weird Sisters played on stage, their music filling the space with wild, magical energy. Students danced, laughed, celebrated. Harry spotted his younger self, looking awkward in his dress robes, trying unsuccessfully to keep time with Parvati. He saw Ron sulking at a table, watching Hermione dance with Victor Crumb. And there, near the refreshment table, stood Hermione herself, radiant in her periwinkle blue robes, her hair tamed into an elegant knot, her face glowing with happiness. But the memory didn't linger on Hermione. It followed Severus Snape, who stood in the shadows near the entrance, ostensibly chaperoning, but clearly wishing to be anywhere else. His expression was its usual mask of disdainful boredom, his robes severely black against the festive decorations. Harry watched as a group of Slytherin students, 6th years, he thought, gathered near one of the ice sculptures. He recognized Montague, a chaser from the Slytherin Quidditch team, and several others whose names he couldn't quite remember. They were laughing, passing something between them, glancing toward the dance floor where Hermione and Crumb moved gracefully through the crowd. Snape's attention sharpened. He moved closer, not obviously, simply drifting in their direction, as though surveying the room. His wand was concealed in his sleeve, but Harry could see the subtle glow of magic at his fingertips. "Think she's so clever," Montague was saying, his voice carrying just enough for Snape and Harry to hear. "Dating a famous Quidditch player won't make her less of a mudblood." The others laughed, and one of them, a girl whose face Harry couldn't quite see, held up a small vial. "One drop in her pumpkin juice," she said with a cruel smile. "Nothing dangerous, just enough to make that perfect hair of hers turn Slytherin green for a week. See how pretty Crumb thinks she is then." "Or we could be more creative," another suggested. "Maybe make her teeth grow back?" "Oh, wait." More laughter. "Already happened, didn't it? Madame Pomfrey had to shrink them after Draco's hex in 4th year." They were discussing it like a game, a casual cruelty to brighten their evening. Harry felt anger flare in his chest, but before he could even process the emotion, Snape acted. He materialized beside them so suddenly that several jumped. His expression was cold, his voice colder. "Montague, Miss Wilkes, I believe you have something that doesn't belong to you." "Professor Snape." Montague's false innocence was almost impressive. "We're just enjoying the ball." "You're planning to hex a fellow student." Snape's wand was out now, pointed casually at the vial in the girl's hand. "At a school function, in front of international guests. Do you have any idea how catastrophically stupid that would be?" "We were only joking, Professor." "Give me the vial, now." The girl hesitated, then placed it in Snape's outstretched hand. He examined it briefly, his expression darkening. "Color-changing solution mixed with sticking charm. Permanent, unless counter-hexed. Nothing dangerous at all, Miss Wilkes. This could have caused serious magical dermatological damage." "We didn't mean." "What you meant," Snape interrupted, his voice dropping to a deadly quiet that made even Harry shiver, "is irrelevant. What matters is what you would have done. 20 points from Slytherin, each." The students gaped at him. A head of house taking points from his own house was almost unheard of. "But Professor," Montague started, "would you like me to make it 30? 50? Snape's eyes glittered dangerously. "I could also arrange detentions that would last through the new year. Your choice." "No, sir," they mumbled, deflating. "Miss Granger," Snape continued, his tone still icy, "is dating Mr. Crumb, a Durmstrang champion and an internationally recognized athlete. An attack on her reflects poorly, not just on Hogwarts, but on all of us. It would be seen as jealousy, pettiness, everything that gives our house a reputation for producing dark wizards." He paused, letting that sink in. Some displays of intelligence should not be marred by stupidity. Get out of my sight, all of you. They fled, and Snape was left standing alone, the vial in his hand. He studied it for a moment, then banished it with a flick of his wand. His expression was unreadable as he watched Hermione continue to dance, completely unaware of the danger that had been deflected. "Intelligent girl," Snape murmured to himself. "Too intelligent to waste her evening on fools who can't see past their own prejudices." He returned to the shadows, resumed his position against the wall, and continued his silent vigil. But Harry noticed now what he had missed before. Snape wasn't just standing there. His eyes constantly moved, scanning the crowd, watching the Slytherin students, monitoring potential threats. How many other incidents had he prevented that night? How many hexes had he deflected? How many cruel plans had he interrupted before they could come to fruition? The memory began to shift, but not to a different night. Instead, it jumped forward to later that same evening, after the ball had ended and students were returning to their dormitories. Harry followed Snape into his office, where Dumbledore waited, sitting in the chair across from Snape's desk. "A productive evening, Severus?" Dumbledore asked mildly. "Exhausting," Snape replied, collapsing into his chair. "I confiscated 3 different hexing potions, broke up 2 planned ambushes, and prevented what would have been a spectacular fistfight between Potter and Malfoy over Miss Parkinson's comments about the Patil twins." "You prevented a fight between Harry and Draco?" "I saw them talking near the entrance." "Talking because I cast a mild calming charm on both of them before Potter could throw a punch." Snape rubbed his temples. The boy has all the subtlety of his father, every emotion written across his face, every thought leading directly to action. "And yet you protected him from making a mistake." "I protected the dignity of this school from having its Triwizard champion brawling at a formal event," Snape corrected, but his tone lacked conviction. "Of course," Dumbledore said, eyes twinkling. "Nothing to do with protecting Harry himself." Snape didn't respond, and the memory faded into silver mist. When the world reformed, it was darker, heavier. Harry recognized the shift immediately. 5th year. Umbridge's year. The corridors of Hogwarts were grayer somehow, more oppressive, as though the castle itself felt the weight of her presence. The memory showed Snape moving through these corridors late at night, his wand lit, his expression grim. He stopped outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Umbridge's office, and pressed his ear to the door. Inside, Harry could hear muffled sobbing. Snape's jaw clenched. He knocked sharply. "Madam Umbridge, I require a word." The door opened, and there stood Dolores Umbridge in her pink cardigan, her smile as false and sweet as poisoned candy. "Professor Snape, what brings you here at this late hour?" "I was informed that one of my students is serving detention with you. I'd like to collect them and ensure they return safely to their dormitory." "How thoughtful, but I assure you, everything is well in hand. Young Mr. Knott will be finished shortly." Snape's eyes moved past her into the office. Harry followed his gaze and saw Theodore Knott, a Slytherin 5th year, sitting at a desk. His hand was bleeding, the familiar words, "I must respect my superiors," carved into his skin. The boy's face was pale, his eyes red from crying. "He appears to be injured," Snape observed, his voice carefully neutral. "Simply writing lines, Professor, a perfectly standard punishment." "With a blood quill?" "It wasn't the question." Umbridge's smile never wavered. I find it creates a lasting impression. The Ministry approves of my methods, as I'm sure you're aware. Snape held her gaze for a long moment. Harry could see the calculation behind his eyes, the careful weighing of options. He couldn't openly defy Umbridge. She had too much power, too much Ministry backing. A direct confrontation would accomplish nothing except getting Snape removed from his position, leaving the students with no protection at all. Indeed, Snape said finally, the Ministry's wisdom is, of course, beyond question. However, I find myself in need of Mr. Nott's assistance with a delicate potions matter, an antidote that requires immediate attention. I'm sure you understand. Safety concerns and all. It was a masterful lie, delivered with perfect deadpan sincerity. Umbridge's smile tightened fractionally. Of course, Professor. We wouldn't want any safety concerns. The emphasis on the last words made it clear she didn't believe him, but she couldn't refuse without admitting she valued punishment over student safety. Mr. Nott, you may go. We'll continue your education another time. Theodore stood shakily, cradling his injured hand. Snape guided him out with a hand on his shoulder, his grip firm and steadying. Once they were safely away, walking down the corridor toward the dungeons, Snape spoke quietly. Give me your hand. Theodore held it out, tears welling again in his eyes. I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't mean to. She asked me about my father's Death Eater activities, and I wouldn't tell her, and she said, Hush. Snape's wand moved over the wound, and Harry watched as the bleeding stopped. The carved words faded. The skin knitted itself back together. It wasn't perfect. There would be scars, but it was vastly improved. You did well not to speak of your father. That woman is dangerous, Theodore. More dangerous than you realize. She has the Ministry behind her. Yes, which means we must be clever. Do not antagonize her, but do not give her what she wants either. Be respectful, be boring, be forgettable. Can you do that? Theodore nodded, wiping his eyes with his uninjured hand. Good. Now listen carefully. Snape stopped walking, turned to face the boy directly. If she summons you for detention again, you come to me first. Tell me you need to review your potions essay or some such excuse. I will keep you occupied long enough that her detention time passes. Understood? But won't she just reschedule? Probably. But each rescheduling is a delay, and delays add up. We're playing a long game, Mr. Nott. We endure until circumstances change. How long will that take? Snape's expression was bleak. Longer than any of us would like. But you're not alone in this. None of you are, even if it must appear that way. The memory shifted again, showing a montage of moments from that terrible year. Snape intercepting students on their way to Umbridge's detentions, manufacturing excuses, delaying whenever possible. Snape quietly healing blood quill wounds in his office, his expression growing grimmer with each student who came to him. Snape providing antidotes to students who had been hexed by Umbridge's inquisitorial squad, always discreetly, always with plausible deniability. Harry saw his younger self storm into Snape's office after one particularly brutal occlumency lesson, saw Snape's carefully controlled expression as Harry shouted about Umbridge, about the scars on his hand, about everything being unfair. Life, Snape had said coldly, is not fair, Potter. The sooner you learn that, the better prepared you'll be for what's coming. But watching now, Harry saw what happened after his younger self had stormed out. He saw Snape slump in his chair, saw him pull out a small tin of the same healing salve he'd been using on other students' blood quill wounds, saw him stare at it for a long moment before carefully vanishing it and replacing it with a note. For Madame Pomfrey, for student hand injuries, anonymous donation. Can't give it to you directly, Potter, Snape murmured to the empty office. You'd refuse it out of pride, out of hatred for me, but perhaps through Poppy. He trailed off, shaking his head. Fool boy. Brave, stubborn fool boy. So like your mother in all the ways that matter. The memory began to fade, but not before Harry saw one final moment. Snape meeting with Dumbledore late at night, his face haggard with exhaustion. I cannot protect them all, Albus, Snape said quietly. Not from her. Not with the Ministry's full support behind her actions. I can only delay, distract, minimize. It's not enough. You're doing more than you know, Severus. Every student you shield, every wound you heal, every detention you prevent, it matters. You're keeping the darkness at bay, one small act at a time. Small acts, Snape repeated bitterly, while she carves children's skin with blood magic and calls it education. While the Ministry turns its back on everything Hogwarts is supposed to stand for. Small acts feel rather inadequate. Small acts of mercy, Dumbledore corrected gently, in a time of great cruelty are the definition of heroism, Severus. Never doubt that. Harry surfaced from the pensive, his vision blurred with tears. He remembered that year, remembered the pain, the fear, the sense that no one was helping them. He remembered thinking all the professors were useless, that they were leaving the students to suffer under Umbridge's regime. But Snape had been helping, quietly, constantly, at great risk to himself. If Umbridge had discovered what he was doing, she would have had him dismissed, possibly arrested. And yet he had continued, protecting students, protecting even the ones who hated him. Small acts of mercy, Harry whispered, echoing Dumbledore's words. He thought of Theodore Nott's healed hand, of detentions delayed, of that tin of salve sent anonymously to Madame Pomfrey. How many students had been helped by that? How many fewer scars had they carried because of Snape's quiet intervention? Harry looked at the box of remaining memories. 2 vials left, the 2 that would be hardest to witness. Year 6, the astronomy tower, and Year 7, the final battle. He wasn't ready. Not tonight. Tonight, he needed to sit with these revelations, these small mercies that had seemed so inadequate to Snape, but which had meant everything to the students he'd protected. Not inadequate, Professor, Harry said, softly to the empty room. Never inadequate. You saved us in ways we never knew. You kept us whole when everything was trying to break us apart. The rain had stopped outside, and through his window, Harry could see stars emerging from behind clouds. He thought of Snape standing in shadows at the Yule Ball, thought of him stalking corridors at night, looking for students in danger, thought of him carefully, precisely, courageously, doing what little he could in a system designed to crush both him and them. Small acts of mercy. Sometimes, Harry was learning, that's what heroism looked like. Not grand gestures or dramatic sacrifices, but simply showing up day after day to do what little good you could manage in a world determined to do harm. Harry stood at his window, watching dawn break over London. He hadn't slept. The box sat on his table, and in it, 2 vials remained. 2 memories that he had been avoiding for 3 weeks now ever since he'd viewed the memories from 4th and 5th year. He knew what the next memory contained. He had lived through it, after all, had witnessed it from below the astronomy tower, invisible beneath his father's cloak, frozen in place by Dumbledore's spell. He had watched Severus Snape kill Albus Dumbledore, had heard Snape's cold voice speak the killing curse, had seen the green light, the falling body, the end of everything he'd believed to be safe and certain. But he had also learned, in the end, why it had happened. Had seen Snape's own memories of that night, of Dumbledore's orders, of the unbreakable vow that bound him to protect Draco Malfoy even unto murder. He knew the facts, but knowing facts and understanding them, truly understanding them in the deepest parts of yourself, were different things. Harry had learned that through these memories, through watching Snape's perspective on moments Harry thought he'd understood. So perhaps this memory would show him something new. Perhaps it would help him understand not just what happened, but what it cost, what it meant to be Severus Snape on the worst night of his life. With steady hands, though his heart hammered in his chest, Harry picked up the vial labelled AD, Astronomy Tower, June, Year 6. He poured it into the pensieve and after a moment's hesitation, let himself fall into the memory. The world reformed and Harry found himself in Snape's office, but hours before the attack on the tower. The late afternoon light slanted through the windows, peaceful and golden. Snape sat at his desk, grading essays with his characteristic red ink, making sharp annotations in the margins. A knock at the door. "Come," Snape called without looking up. Dumbledore entered, and immediately Harry knew something was wrong. The headmaster's cursed hand was worse than Harry remembered from this time period, blackened and withered, the dark magic spreading visibly up his arm. Dumbledore moved carefully, as though in pain, though his face remained serene. "Severus," Dumbledore said quietly. "Tonight." Snape's quill stopped moving. For a long moment, he didn't look up from the essay before him. When he finally did, his face was carefully blank. "You're certain?" "Draco has been working on the vanishing cabinets for months. He will succeed tonight. The Death Eaters will come." Dumbledore sat down heavily in the chair across from Snape. "And I will be weakened, Severus. The protections I must lower to allow you to accompany Harry on his mission. They will leave me vulnerable. Then don't lower them. Let someone else go with Potter. You know that's not possible. Only you have the skill, the knowledge, the connection to Voldemort's magic to protect Harry adequately." Dumbledore's blue eyes, though dimmed with pain, were steady. "And only you can do what must be done afterward." Snape stood abruptly, turning away to face the window, his hands clenched at his sides. "There must be another way." "There isn't. We've discussed this, Severus. You know as well as I do that this hand, this curse..." Dumbledore raised his blackened arm. "It will kill me within a year, slowly, painfully. And in my death throes, I might reveal things better left secret. I might compromise you, might compromise Harry, might compromise everything we've worked toward. So instead, I'm to murder you." Snape's voice was flat, emotionless, but Harry could see his reflection in the window, could see the anguish written there. "You are to give me a dignified death. You are to maintain your position with Voldemort. You are to continue protecting Harry Potter until the moment when he must walk to his own death. And then you are to tell him the truth. Dumbledore spoke as though they were discussing lesson plans, not murder. "It is the only way, old friend." "Don't call me that." Snape turned back sharply. "Don't make this about friendship when you're asking me to." His voice cracked. He stopped, regained control. "You're asking me to become exactly what everyone already believes I am. A murderer, a Death Eater, the villain in every story. I'm asking you to save a boy's soul." Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. "Draco Malfoy cannot kill me, Severus. He's 16 years old. If he commits murder, his soul will be damaged beyond repair. But you've already killed. You've already borne that burden. One more death, even mine, won't destroy what remains of your soul the way it would destroy his. How generous of you to offer up my soul for the greater good. It was never mine to offer. You gave it freely years ago when you pledged to protect Lily's son." Dumbledore stood, walked to where Snape stood rigid by the window. "This is simply another form of that same protection. You will kill me. You will preserve Draco. You will maintain your position with Voldemort. And you will continue to guide Harry toward his destiny. This is what I need from you, Severus. This is what I'm asking." "Asking," Snape repeated bitterly, "as though I have a choice. You always have a choice." "No." Snape met Dumbledore's eyes. "No, I don't. Because if I refuse, you'll die anyway, painfully, slowly, possibly compromising everything. Draco will murder you and destroy his soul. Voldemort will discover my true loyalties. Potter will die unprotected. Everyone loses." His laugh was harsh. "Some choice." "I'm sorry," Dumbledore said, and for the first time, Harry heard genuine regret in the old wizard's voice. "I'm sorry, Severus, for all that I've asked of you, for all that you've endured. You deserve better than this, better than me using you, spending your life like coin to purchase Harry's survival. I don't want your apologies." Snape's voice was rough. "I want—" He stopped himself, shook his head. "It doesn't matter what I want. It never has. It matters to me." "Then you should have thought of that before you made me into this." Snape gestured at himself, at everything he had become. "Before you turned me into a weapon, a tool, a thing to be used and discarded. You are not a thing, Severus. You are the bravest man I've ever known." "Brave." Snape laughed again, and it was a broken sound. "Is it brave to do something when you have no alternative, when every other option has been stripped away?" "Yes," Dumbledore said simply, "because you could choose despair. You could choose to run, to hide, to save yourself. But you don't. You stay. You fight. You protect. That is courage, Severus, even when, especially when, it feels like obligation rather than choice." They stood in silence for a long moment. Finally, Snape spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "When the time comes, don't beg. Don't make it harder than it already is." "I won't beg for my life," Dumbledore promised, "but I will ask you to complete our plan. That is not begging, Severus. That is trust." The memory shifted, jumping forward several hours. Harry found himself on the astronomy tower, standing beside Snape as he arrived at the top of the stairs. And there was Dumbledore, weakened, wandless, facing Draco Malfoy and his wand. Harry had lived this moment from below, frozen and helpless. Now he experienced it from Snape's perspective, felt what Snape felt as he took in the scene. Dumbledore, his back to the edge of the tower. Draco, wand shaking, face wet with tears, and emerging from the stairs behind Draco, Death Eaters, Amicus Carrow, Alecto Carrow, Thorfinn Roll, Fenrir Greyback, others. Snape's heart was pounding. Harry could feel it as though it were his own. Every instinct screamed at him to protect Dumbledore, to attack the Death Eaters, to stop what was about to happen. The internal war was violent, almost physical in its intensity. But he had given his word. He had made an unbreakable vow to protect Draco. He had promised Dumbledore this very moment. So instead of attacking, Snape moved forward calmly, his expression cold and controlled. Only Harry, experiencing the memory from within, could feel the screaming chaos beneath that mask. "We have a problem, Snape," Amicus Carrow said, gesturing toward Draco and Dumbledore. "The boy doesn't seem to have the nerve." Snape looked at Dumbledore, and their eyes met. In that moment, Harry felt the weight of every conversation they'd ever had, every plan they'd made, every sacrifice Snape had already offered, and every one still to come. Dumbledore's expression was calm, accepting. He nodded, just slightly. A permission, a plea, a final request from teacher to student, from general to soldier, from one doomed man to another. "Please," Dumbledore said. Though Harry knew those words were meant to ask for completion of their plan, they sounded to everyone else like a plea for mercy. The world seemed to slow. Snape raised his wand, and Harry felt the exact moment when he made the choice. Not to kill, because that decision had been made weeks ago, but to actually do it, to transform intention into action, thought into deed. Avada Kedavra. The green light, the falling body, the end. But the memory didn't end there. It continued, following Snape as he grabbed Draco and pulled him away from the edge of the tower, as he barked orders at the other Death Eaters as he began their retreat. Harry saw his younger self emerge from beneath the invisibility cloak, saw himself chase after Snape, screaming, crying, hurling curses. Snape deflected them all, not with counter-curses that might hurt, but with shields, with blocks, with spells designed solely to protect the boy who was trying so desperately to kill him. Even then, even in that moment, Snape was protecting Harry. "Don't call me a coward," Harry's younger self screamed, and Snape rounded on him, his face a mask of fury. But Harry, inside the memory, felt what lay beneath that fury, felt the self-loathing, the anguish, the desperate need to make his younger self hate him. Because if Harry hated him enough, he wouldn't grieve when Snape died, wouldn't feel guilty, wouldn't know what this moment had cost. "You dare use my own spells against me, Potter?" Snape's voice was a whip crack. "I am the half-blood prince, and you turn my inventions on me like your filthy father would do? I don't think so." No. The words were designed to hurt, to enrage, to cement Harry's hatred. And they worked. Harry saw his younger self's face twist with fury and pain, saw him flee back toward the castle. Only when Harry was safely away did Snape's mask crack. He stumbled, caught himself against a tree, and for a moment, just a moment, he allowed himself to break. "Albus," he whispered, his voice raw. "Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me." But there was no time for grief. The Death Eaters were calling for him. Draco was watching him with wide, frightened eyes, and there was still so much to do, so much to protect. Snape straightened, pulled the mask back into place, and continued his retreat. The memory jumped again, to later that night. Snape stood in a clearing in the Forbidden Forest, facing Voldemort. "You killed Dumbledore." It wasn't a question. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Yes, my lord." "Describe it." And so Snape did, in clinical detail, every word a blade cutting into his own heart. He described Dumbledore's weakness, his plea, the spell, the fall. He described it as though it had been easy, as though it had meant nothing, as though he hadn't just killed the only person who had truly understood him, the only person who had believed in his redemption. Voldemort laughed, high and cold. "You have done well, Severus, very well indeed. The old fool trusted you to the very end, didn't he?" "Yes, my lord." "And the boy, Potter, chased me from the grounds. He saw everything. He will testify to what I've done. There can be no doubt of my loyalty now." "No," Voldemort agreed, his smile cruel. "No doubt at all. You are truly one of us now, Severus. You have proven yourself beyond question." Snape bowed, but Harry could feel the revulsion coursing through him, the desperate need to run, to scream, to confess everything and let the consequences come. But he didn't. He maintained his composure, accepted Voldemort's praise, and began planning his next move in the elaborate game that would eventually lead to this monster's defeat. The memory shifted one final time, to Snape alone in the Shrieking Shack, his emergency safe house, the place he fled when he couldn't bear to be anywhere else. He sat on the dusty floor, his back against the wall, and finally, he let himself feel it. Great, wrenching sobs tore through him. Tears streamed down his face. His hands shook violently. For long minutes, he simply broke, all the control and composure shattering under the weight of what he had done. "I murdered him," Snape gasped between sobs. "I murdered Albus Dumbledore, the only person who believed in me, who trusted me, who—" He couldn't finish. The words dissolved into wordless grief. He cried for Dumbledore. He cried for himself. He cried for Draco, for Harry, for every student he was trying to protect in a war that demanded more than any of them could give. He cried for Lily, as he always did in his darkest moments, because she was the reason for everything, and the reason he could never forgive himself for anything. Eventually, the sobs quieted. Snape pulled himself together with visible effort, wiped his face, stood on shaking legs. He pulled out his wand and cast a Patronus, the silver doe, Lily's doe, the symbol of everything he fought for. "Tell Minerva," he said to the Patronus, "that the plan is in motion. Tell her to protect the students. Tell her—" His voice broke again. "Tell her I'm sorry." The doe bounded away through the walls, carrying his message, and Snape was alone again. He took a deep breath, then another, rebuilding his walls, reconstructing the mask he would wear for the next year. When he finally left the shack, he looked exactly as he always did. Cold, controlled, untouchable. But Harry had seen the truth beneath, had felt it, lived it, experienced every moment of agony that Snape had hidden so completely. Harry surfaced from the pensive gasping, his face wet with tears he didn't remember shedding. His legs gave out, and he collapsed into his chair, trembling. "Oh, Professor," he whispered. "Oh, God, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." He had known, intellectually, that killing Dumbledore had been part of their plan, had understood that Snape had done it on Dumbledore's orders, but he hadn't really understood, what it had cost. The internal war, the self-loathing, the grief, the way Snape had deliberately made Harry hate him more to protect him from the guilt of eventually causing Snape's death. Everything Snape had done that night, deflecting Harry's curses, insulting him, making him furious, it had all been one final act of protection, making Harry hate him so completely that when Snape died, Harry would feel satisfaction instead of loss, Except it hadn't worked. Because Harry did feel loss. He did grieve. He had grieved from the moment he'd learned the truth in the pensive during the battle. And he was grieving now, harder than ever, because now he understood not just what Snape had done, but what it had done to him. "You were the bravest man I ever knew," Harry said, echoing Dumbledore's words. "And I never got to tell you that. I named my son after you, but you never knew. You died thinking everyone hated you, thinking you were alone, thinking your sacrifices didn't matter." He looked at the box. One vial remained, the final battle, Snape's last axe, his death. Harry wasn't sure he could bear to watch it, wasn't sure he could handle any more revelations, any more understanding of just how much Snape had suffered for them all. But he owed it to Snape to see it through, owed it to him to witness every moment he had preserved, every truth he had wanted Harry to know. Tomorrow, Harry decided, tomorrow he would watch the last memory. Tonight, he needed to sit with this grief, this terrible understanding. Tonight, he needed to mourn properly for the man who had sacrificed everything, including the hope that anyone would ever understand or appreciate what he'd done. Outside, the sun had fully risen, painting London in shades of gold and amber. A new day. But Harry sat in his flat with his face in his hands, crying for Severus Snape, for the burden he'd carried, for the choices he'd made, for the unbearable weight of being the person who must do the unthinkable, so others don't have to. 3 days had passed since Harry had watched the astronomy tower memory. 3 days of going to work, of moving through his life like a ghost, of lying awake at night, seeing Severus Snape's face as he broke down in the shrieking shack. 3 days of carrying a grief so profound, it felt like a physical weight on his chest. Ginny had noticed, of course. She always did. But when she'd asked what was wrong, Harry had simply said he was thinking about the war, about people they'd lost. It wasn't a lie, not really. She'd held him and let him be silent, and he'd been grateful for that. But now it was Sunday evening again, and Harry sat alone in his flat with the wooden box before him. One vial remained, one final memory. The label read simply, "Final Battle, Year 7. Harry's hand trembled as he reached for it. This was the memory of Snape's death. He was certain of it. The memory of Nagini's attack, of those terrible moments in the shrieking shack when Snape had given Harry his memories, his tears, his truth. Harry had been there for that, had held Snape as he died, had watched the light fade from those black eyes. But there would be more to this memory, he knew. There would be moments before that, moments Harry hadn't witnessed, final acts of protection and sacrifice that Snape had managed even as Voldemort's noose tightened around his neck. Harry uncorked the vial with steady determination and poured the memory into the pensieve. He looked at it for a long moment, the silver strands swirling in the basin, waiting. "I'm ready, Professor," Harry whispered. Show me everything." He leaned forward and fell into the memory. The world reformed into chaos. Harry found himself standing in Hogwarts during the battle. Not at the end, but earlier, when the castle was still standing, when students were still being evacuated, when there was still hope that they might survive the night. Snape stood in an alcove near the entrance hall, concealed by shadows and a notice-me-not charm. His wand was drawn, his face pale but composed. Death Eaters moved through the castle, and Snape watched them with calculating eyes, his lips moving in silent spells. a group of seventh-year students ran past, chased by Amicus Carrow. They were heading for the room of requirement, Harry realized, trying to reach safety, to escape. But Carrow was faster, his wand rising, a purple curse building at its tip. Snape's wand flicked once, sharply. The curse deflected, slamming into the wall instead of into the running students' backs. They made it around the corner, unaware of how close they'd come to death. Carrow whirled, searching for the source of the interference, but Snape's concealment held. Frustrated, Carrow moved on, and Snape sagged against the wall, breathing hard. "How many more?" he muttered to himself. "How many more can I save before they realize, before Voldemort discovers?" The memory shifted, jumping through time in the fragmented way of extracted memories. Harry saw Snape moving through the battle like a dark angel, his presence unnoticed by both sides. He saw Snape cast shield charms over fleeing students, saw him redirect curses, saw him create barriers that forced Death Eaters down different corridors, away from the youngest fighters. He saw Snape find Ginny Weasley, cornered by Fenrir Greyback, saw him cast a stunning spell that looked like it came from a different direction, giving Ginny time to escape. She never knew who had saved her. He saw Snape intercept a killing curse meant for Dennis Creevey, Colin's younger brother, fighting despite being underage, and turn it aside with a shield charm that shattered under the impact, leaving Snape's arm bloody and burned. Dennis ran on, never looking back, never knowing. Again and again, Snape intervened. Again and again, he protected. And all the while, he was careful, so careful, to make it look like accidents, like misfired spells, like the chaos of battle, rather than deliberate interference. Because if Voldemort discovered that his most trusted lieutenant was actively sabotaging the Death Eater's efforts, everything would be lost. The memory shifted again, and Harry found himself in an empty classroom. Snape stood at the window, looking out at the battle raging on the grounds. His face was grey with exhaustion, his robes torn and blood-stained. His hands shook as he pulled out his wand and cast a Patronus. The silver doe materialized, beautiful and heartbreaking in the darkness. Snape spoke to it urgently, his voice rough. "Find Minerva. Tell her the Dark Lord will call a ceasefire within the hour. Tell her to use that time to regroup, to fortify the castle's inner defenses. Tell her." His voice cracked. "Tell her I did what I could. Tell her to protect them when I no longer can." The doe bowed its head, then bounded away through the walls. Snape watched it go, and for a moment his mask slipped. He looked utterly exhausted, utterly alone. "Lily," he whispered, I've tried so hard to keep him safe, to keep them all safe, but I'm running out of time. He'll summon me soon, and I don't think..." He stopped himself, shook his head. No giving up. Not yet. Not while I can still do something, still protect someone. He straightened his robes, cast a cleaning charm to remove the worst of the blood, and prepared himself for what came next. The memory jumped forward, and Harry felt his stomach drop. They were in the shrieking shack now. Voldemort stood with his back to Snape, looking out through the dirty windows at the battle. Nagini coiled at his feet, and other Death Eaters lined the walls. Bellatrix, the Carrows, Dolohov. "Severus," Voldemort said, his voice soft and deadly, "my faithful servant." "My lord." Snape bowed, but Harry could feel the tension thrumming through him, the awareness that something was very wrong. "The Elder Wand does not work for me, Severus. Do you know why? Harry felt Snape's heart rate spike, felt the cold wash of understanding and terror. No, my lord, I cannot imagine. The wand obeys its master, Severus, and you killed its last master. You killed Albus Dumbledore. Voldemort turned, and his red eyes gleamed with cruel pleasure. Therefore, the wand's allegiance is to you, and so, while you live, it cannot truly be mine. My lord, please. Snape took a step back, his wand hand twitching. He could fight, Harry knew, could take some of them down before they killed him, but that would accomplish nothing. Harry still needed to survive, still needed to face Voldemort, still needed to understand about the Horcrux in his scar. So Snape didn't fight. He simply stood there, and Harry felt his acceptance of death settle over him like a cloak. I have been loyal, Snape said quietly. Always loyal. Everything I did for you. It was a lie, of course, but it was the lie Snape had maintained for 17 years, the lie that had kept him alive long enough to see this moment. And he would die with that lie intact, would go to his grave with Voldemort believing in his loyalty, because that was the final protection he could offer, keeping Voldemort convinced, complacent, unaware of the trap closing around him. I know, Voldemort said, almost gently, but this is not about loyalty, Severus. This is about power. Nagini. The snake struck, and pain exploded through Snape's body. Harry felt it as though it were his own, felt the venom burning through his veins, felt his strength draining away. He collapsed, and through his fading vision, he saw Voldemort and the Death Eaters depart, leaving him to die alone. But he wasn't alone. Through the haze of pain, Snape saw Harry appear, saw Ron and Hermione with him. Relief flooded through him. Harry was alive. Harry was here. Harry could finally understand. The memory showed what Harry had witnessed before, but from Snape's perspective. The desperate gathering of memories, the tears that mixed with blood, the urgency to make Harry understand before it was too late. But it also showed Snape's thoughts, his final, desperate prayers. Please let him understand. Please let the boy know I tried. Please let him survive this. Please, Lily, let your son live. I've given everything. Please let it be enough. Take them, Snape gasped, pressing his memories into Harry's hands. The pensive. Take them. I will, Harry's younger voice said, thick with tears. Professor, hold on. But Snape was shaking his head. There was no holding on. The venom was too strong, the damage too great. He had minutes at best. Look at me, Snape whispered, his hand reaching up to grasp Harry's robes. You have your mother's eyes. And in that moment, looking into those green eyes, Lily's eyes, Snape felt peace. Whatever else he had done, whatever mistakes he had made, whatever darkness he had embraced, he had protected her son. He had kept his promise. He had done what Lily would have wanted. That was enough. That had to be enough. The light faded, and Snape's hand fell away. But the memory didn't end. Instead, it pulled back, showing something Harry hadn't known about, hadn't seen. Before Voldemort had summoned Snape to the Shrieking Shack, while Snape was still moving through the battle, he had done one final thing. He had cast enchantments. Dozens of them. Hundreds. Protective spells woven into the very stones of Hogwarts, keyed to activate after his death. Shields that would strengthen as students grew tired. Healing charms that would close wounds just enough to keep people alive until help arrived. Deflection spells that would turn aside the most deadly curses, making them miss by just inches, just enough. The memory showed these spells activating during the battle, invisible threads of magic that saved lives, that turned what should have been fatal blows into survivable ones. Harry saw Neville Longbottom face down a Death Eater, saw a killing curse veer off course at the last second, missing Neville by a hair's breadth. Snape's magic. He saw Seamus Finnegan trapped by 2 Death Eaters, saw a shield appear from nowhere to block their combined assault. Snape's magic. He saw Luna Lovegood stumble on debris, saw a Death Eater's curse pass overhead where her head had been a moment before. But the stumble hadn't been accidental. A subtle, tripping hex, cast hours earlier, timed perfectly. Snape's magic. On and on the examples went. Lives saved by protections Snape had put in place, knowing he wouldn't live to see them activate. He had used his last hours not to save himself, not to escape, but to weave a web of safety for the students he had spent 7 years protecting. And there was one final enchantment, the most powerful of all. The memory showed Snape, hours before his death, standing alone in the Forbidden Forest. He cast his Patronus, the silver doe, and spoke to it with desperate intensity. "When I die," he told the Patronus, "when my heart stops beating, I want you to go to him, to Harry Potter. Lead him away from danger, lead him to safety one last time. You're all I have left of her, all I have left to give him. So go. When the time comes, go to him. Protect him, always." The doe nuzzled his hand, then faded back into his wand, waiting for the moment it would be released. And in the memory of the battle, Harry saw it happen, saw himself, his younger self, running through the chaos, disoriented and exhausted, saw a Death Eater taking aim, about to cast a curse at his unprotected back, and then the silver doe appeared, darting between them, drawing the Death Eater's attention just long enough for someone else to stun him. The doe looked at Harry once, its eyes full of an impossible sorrow, then faded away into silver mist. Snape's final gift, his last protection, his Patronus, Lily's form, saving their son one last time. Harry watched as the memory showed other instances, the doe appearing again and again throughout the battle, always near Harry, always protecting, always watching over him. Even in death, Snape's magic, Snape's love for Lily, Snape's promise, continued to guard the boy who had hated him. The memory began to fade, but not before showing one final image. Snape, standing in his office weeks before the battle, preparing these memories for preservation. He looked at the box where he would eventually store them. The box carved with a doe, the box that would survive his death and eventually find its way to Harry. "I don't know if you'll ever see these," Snape said to the empty air, to the absent Harry. "I don't know if anyone will ever understand what I tried to do, what I gave. But if you do see them, Potter, if someone shows you these memories, I hope they help you understand. I hope they show you that you were never alone, that someone was always watching over you, always protecting you, even when it seemed like the whole world was against you." He carefully placed a memory vial in the box, then another, building the collection that Harry would eventually discover. "I did it for her," Snape continued softly. "Every moment, every sacrifice, every terrible thing I had to do, I did it for Lily. But somewhere along the way, I think." He paused, his expression vulnerable in a way Harry had never seen. "Somewhere along the way, I started doing it for you too. Not just because you're her son, but because you're brave and loyal and good in ways I never was, ways I never could be." He touched the carved doe on the box lid gently. You deserved better than me as a guardian, Harry Potter. You deserved someone who could show you love openly, who could tell you how proud they were of you, who could be the mentor Sirius would have been, the father James should have been. But you got me instead, and I did the best I could with what I was. Snape closed the box, sealed it with protective charms, and hid it away in its secret location. Live, he whispered, as though Harry could hear him across time and space. Whatever it costs, whatever I have to do, you live, Harry Potter. You live, and you make it mean something. Make all of this mean something. The memory dissolved into silver mist, and Harry found himself back in his flat, gasping and sobbing, his hands gripping the edge of the pensive so hard his knuckles were white. I did, Harry choked out through his tears. I lived, Professor. I lived, and I'm trying so hard to make it mean something. I'm trying to honor what you did, what you gave. I'm trying to be worthy of the sacrifice you made. He sank to the floor, his back against the wall, and let himself cry. Deep, wrenching sobs that seemed to come from the very core of his being. He cried for Severus Snape, who had protected him from birth to death and beyond. He cried for the silver doe that had continued to guard him even after Snape's heart had stopped beating. He cried for all the students who had been saved by enchantments they never knew existed, by a guardian they had feared and hated and never understood. Hours passed, the sun set, and darkness filled the flat. Still Harry sat there, surrounded by the weight of all he had learned, all he now understood. The box of memories sat empty now, all its secrets revealed, all its truths witnessed. Finally, as midnight approached, Harry pulled himself together. He stood on shaky legs, walked to his desk, and pulled out parchment and quill. He had to write this down, had to record it, had to make sure the truth was preserved, not just in silver memory strands, but in words that could be shared, that could help the world understand what Severus Snape had truly been. Dear Professor McGonagall, he began, his handwriting unsteady but determined. I have finished viewing the memories, all of them, and I need to tell you what I've learned, what the world needs to know about the bravest man I ever knew. He wrote through the night, recording everything, ensuring that Snape's truth would not die with him, that his sacrifices would be remembered, that his name would be cleared not just legally, but in the hearts of those who had believed the worst of him, because Severus Snape deserved that much, deserved to be remembered not as the villain, not as the traitor, not as the murderer, but as the guardian who never stopped protecting, the hero who never sought recognition, the man who loved so deeply that he gave everything, including his chance to be understood and appreciated, always. He had protected them always, and now finally, Harry would make sure the world knew it. Harry sat in Professor McGonagall's office 3 days after he had finished writing his account of Snape's memories. The letter he had sent had been long, detailed, and raw with emotion. McGonagall had responded immediately, asking him to come to Hogwarts, telling him there was one more memory he needed to see. One more? Harry had asked when he arrived, confused. But I viewed all of them, Professor. The box was empty. Not from the box, Harry, McGonagall said gently. She stood by the pensive, which already contained a silvery memory. This is mine, a memory I've carried for 17 years, waiting for the right moment to share it. I believe that moment is now. Harry looked at the swirling silver strands with trepidation, After everything he had witnessed, after all the pain and sacrifice and heartbreak, he wasn't sure he could bear any more revelations. But McGonagall's expression was kind, almost peaceful, and something in her eyes told him this memory was different. "It's the beginning, Harry," she said softly. "You've seen everything that came after, every sacrifice, every protection, every moment Severus gave for you. But you haven't seen the moment when it all started. The night your mother died. The night Severus Snape made the promise that would define the rest of his life." Harry's breath caught. "I saw his memory of going to Dumbledore, of begging him to protect my mother." "You saw part of it," McGonagall corrected. "You saw the moment of his desperation, his bargaining. But you didn't see what came after. What happened when Severus learned that despite everything, despite all his warnings and pleading, Lily had still died. You didn't see the moment when grief transformed into purpose, when a broken man found a reason to continue living." She gestured to the pensive. "This is that moment, Harry, and I think you need to see it. Not because it will be easy, it won't be, but because it will help you understand the depth of what Severus gave and why. It will show you where always began." Harry stood, walked to the pensive, and looked down at the memory waiting for him. His hands trembled slightly as he gripped the basin's edge. "Will you come with me?" he asked quietly. McGonagall smiled, sad but warm. "Of course, my dear boy. We'll witness this together." They leaned forward in unison and fell into the memory. The world reformed into Dumbledore's office, but it was different from how Harry remembered it, darker somehow. More shadows. The portraits on the walls were silent, watching with grave expressions. And there, collapsed in the chair across from Dumbledore's desk, was Severus Snape. But this was a Severus Snape Harry had never seen before. He looked destroyed. His face was ashen, his eyes red and swollen from crying, his hands shaking so badly he couldn't keep them still. He looked like a man who had been broken into pieces and hadn't yet figured out how to put himself back together. Dumbledore sat across from him, his own expression heavy with sorrow. Neither man had spoken in what seemed like hours. They simply sat in the weight of what had happened, in the knowledge that despite everything, Lily Potter was dead. Finally, Snape spoke, his voice barely a whisper. "You said you would protect her. You promised. I did everything I could, Severus, but James insisted on using Sirius Black as secret keeper. I advised against it, but you didn't insist strongly enough." Snape's voice rose, cracking with anguish. "You should have forced them to listen. You should have—" He stopped, his face crumpling. I should have found a way. I should have done more, been more, sacrificed more. I should have—" "There was nothing more you could have done," Dumbledore said firmly. "You warned us. You risked everything to bring me that information, to betray Voldemort for Lily's sake. You did everything a man could do. It wasn't enough." Snape's voice was hollow. "She's still dead. Lily is still dead, and it's my fault. I'm the one who told the Dark Lord about the prophecy. I'm the one who set all of this in motion. I killed her, Albus, as surely as if I had cast the curse myself. I killed her. Voldemort killed her, Severus. Voldemort and his followers, not you." Semantics. Snape laughed, but it was a broken sound, edged with hysteria. "I gave him the weapon. I pointed him toward her family. The fact that someone else pulled the trigger doesn't absolve me." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, watching Snape with ancient, sorrowful eyes. "What will you do now?" he asked finally, "now that she's gone?" Snape looked up, and the expression on his face made Harry's heart clench. It was the look of a man staring into an abyss, a man who saw nothing ahead of him but darkness and regret. "I don't know," Snape whispered. "I don't know how to exist in a world where she doesn't. Everything I've done for the past year, working for you, spying on the Dark Lord, risking my life, it was all for her, to keep her safe, to earn some measure of redemption for my mistakes. And now she's gone, and I have nothing. I am nothing. You are not nothing, Severus." "What am I then?" Snape's voice was bitter. "A Death Eater who switched sides too late. A fool who loved someone who could never love him back. A murderer who failed to save the one person who mattered. You are a man who has the chance to honor her memory, to protect what she died defending." Snape stared at Dumbledore blankly. "What are you talking about?" "Her son, Severus. Harry Potter survived. Lily's sacrifice saved him. There's powerful magic at work there. Magic I'm still trying to understand. But the boy lives. He's with Lily's sister now, being raised by muggles who will keep him safe, if not necessarily happy." For a long moment, Snape didn't react. Then understanding dawned on his face, followed immediately by a complex cascade of emotions: pain, longing, resentment, and something that might have been hope. "Potter's son," he said, and the name was both a curse and a prayer. "James Potter's son. And Lily's," Dumbledore reminded him gently. "He has her blood, her sacrifice, her protection. He is all that remains of her in this world." Snape stood abruptly, pacing to the window, his back to Dumbledore, his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. "You want me to protect him? Potter's son, the child of the man who made my life hell, who married the woman I loved, who had everything I wanted." "I want you to protect Lily's son," Dumbledore corrected softly. "The child she died to save, the boy who has her eyes, her courage, her capacity for love. Yes, Severus, I'm asking you to protect him." "Why?" Snape turned back sharply. "Why should I? What do I owe Potter's brat?" "You owe him nothing," Dumbledore agreed. "But you owed Lily everything, and she spent her last breath, her last moment of magic, her last ounce of strength protecting that child. Doesn't that tell you something about how much he mattered to her, about how much she would want him kept safe?" Snape's face twisted with pain. Don't use her love for her child to manipulate me into—" "I'm not manipulating you, Severus. I'm offering you a purpose, a way to honor her memory that goes beyond grief and regret. You said you don't know how to exist in a world without her. I'm showing you how, by protecting what she loved most, by ensuring that her sacrifice meant something." Snape was silent for a long time, staring out the window at the grounds of Hogwarts. When he finally spoke, his voice was rough, with suppressed emotion. "He'll have Potter's face, Potter's arrogance, Potter's—" "Perhaps," Dumbledore interrupted, "or perhaps he'll have Lily's kindness, Lily's intelligence, Lily's capacity for love. You won't know until you meet him, Severus. And even if he does have James's traits, he'll still be Lily's son. Part of her will live on in him. Isn't that worth protecting?" Another long silence. Then Snape's shoulders sagged, and when he turned back to face Dumbledore, there were fresh tears on his face. "If I do this," he said slowly, carefully, "if I agree to protect Potter's son, it can't be openly. The Dark Lord isn't truly dead. I can feel it, Albus. His magic still exists somewhere, diminished but not destroyed. He'll return eventually. And when he does, I need to be positioned to help fight him, which means I need to maintain my cover as a Death Eater who remained loyal. I understand, Dumbledore said gravely. You'll have to pretend to despise the boy, to treat him as you treated James. It won't be easy, Severus. The boy will grow to hate you, and you won't be able to explain why you're harsh with him. You'll have to bear his hatred, his suspicion, his belief that you're his enemy. Can you do that? Snape laughed bitterly. Can I bear the hatred of a child after everything else I've endured, after losing Lily? That seems almost trivial in comparison. It won't feel trivial, Dumbledore warned. Not year after year. Not when he looks at you with her eyes and believes you're his enemy. Not when you save his life and he never knows it. When you sacrifice for him and he never appreciates it. It will be thankless, Severus. You'll die with him believing the worst of you. Are you truly prepared for that? Snape was quiet for a moment, his gaze distant. Then he nodded slowly. If that's what it takes to keep him safe, to honor Lily's sacrifice, yes, I can bear it. I will bear it. For how long? For as long as necessary. Snape's voice grew stronger, more certain. Until the Dark Lord is truly defeated, until the boy is safe, until... He stopped, then finished quietly. Until I've earned some measure of redemption for my part in her death. That could take years, Severus. Decades even. You'd be committing yourself to a lifetime of service, of sacrifice, of living in shadow while everyone believes you're a villain. I know. Snape met Dumbledore's eyes directly. But what else do I have, Albus? What other purpose can my life serve? I can't bring her back. I can't undo my mistakes. But I can protect what she died for. I can make sure that her sacrifice wasn't in vain. I can keep her son alive, even if he never knows I'm doing it, even if he hates me for the rest of his life. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Then we have an agreement. You will protect Harry Potter. You will maintain your cover as a Death Eater loyal to Voldemort. You will accept a position at Hogwarts when the time is right, where you can watch over the boy directly. And you will do all of this knowing that you may never receive recognition, never receive gratitude, never receive anything but suspicion and hatred in return. Yes, Snape said simply, I'll do all of that. And if I ask you to do terrible things in service of this goal, if I ask you to make choices that will haunt you, that will cost you everything. Snape's voice was steady now, all traces of hysteria gone, replaced by a cold determination. Then I'll do them. Whatever it takes, Albus, whatever the cost, I will protect Lily's son. For how long, Severus? Dumbledore asked again, more softly this time. And Snape spoke the word that would define the rest of his life, the promise that would carry him through years of darkness and doubt and despair, the vow that would see him through torture and betrayal and the unbearable weight of being hated by the very people he was trying to save. Always, Severus Snape said, his voice breaking on the word. I will protect him always. For Lily, for the woman who showed me kindness when no one else would, for the girl who saw something worth caring about in a poor half-blood boy from Spinner's End, for the only person who ever made me feel like I mattered. I will protect her son always, Albus, until my last breath, until my heart stops beating, always. Dumbledore's eyes glittered with unshed tears. Then I will hold you to that promise, my dear boy. And someday, when this is all over, when Harry Potter survives because of your sacrifices, I hope he understands what you gave. I hope he knows that the word always meant everything, cost everything, and saved everything. He won't know, Snape said quietly. And that's all right. Lily won't know either. But perhaps somewhere, somehow, she'll understand. She'll know that I kept my promise, that I protected her son the way she would have wanted, that I finally did something right. He pulled out his wand with a shaking hand and cast his Patronus. The silver doe burst forth, luminous and heartbreaking in the dim office. It circled once, then came to rest beside Snape, nuzzling his hand gently. "That's her," Dumbledore said softly, looking at the Patronus. "Still, after all this time." "Always," Snape whispered, watching the doe with an expression of such profound love and loss that Harry had to look away. "It will always be her. Every spell I cast, every student I protect, every breath I take, it's all for her. She is my past, my present, my purpose. She always will be." The doe faded back into silver mist, and Snape lowered his wand. He looked at Dumbledore, and in that moment, Harry saw the birth of the man he had known, the cold professor, the harsh critic, the guardian in shadow. The mask was forming, the walls being built, the role being accepted. "When do I start?" Snape asked, his voice once again controlled, emotionless. "Now," Dumbledore said. "You start now, and you continue until the end, whatever that end may be." Snape nodded once, sharply, and turned to leave. But at the door, he paused and looked back. "Albus, thank you for giving me this, for giving me a reason to keep living when I would have gladly walked into death." "Thank you, Severus," Dumbledore replied, "for loving her so much that you are willing to spend your life protecting a child you'll never be able to acknowledge. That, my dear boy, is the purest form of love, not seeking anything in return, not asking for recognition or gratitude, simply protecting because it's the right thing to do, because it honors someone you loved." Snape didn't respond. He simply left, the door closing softly behind him, and the memory began to fade. Harry and McGonagall surfaced from the pensive together. Harry's face was wet with tears, and he saw that McGonagall was crying too. Her usually stern features softened with grief and understanding. 17 years, Harry said, his voice hoarse. He kept that promise for 17 years, from the night my mother died until the night he died himself. He never wavered, never broke his vow, never stopped protecting me. "Never," McGonagall agreed. "Even when it would have been easier to stop, easier to give up, easier to save himself, he kept his promise. Always." Harry walked to the window, looking out at the grounds of Hogwarts. The castle had been fully rebuilt now, all traces of the battle erased from the physical structure. But the memory of it remained, the knowledge of what had been lost and what had been saved. "I hated him," Harry said quietly. "For 6 years, I hated him, thought he was cruel and petty and unfair. And even after I learned the truth, even after I named my son after him, I still carried anger, still felt like his treatment of me was inexcusable, regardless of his reasons." "And now?" McGonagall asked gently. Harry was quiet for a long time, thinking about everything he had seen: the troll, the Quidditch match, the shrieking shack, the Yule Ball, Umbridge's year, the astronomy tower, the final battle, and now this, the beginning, the moment when a broken man made a promise that would define and consume the rest of his life. Now, Harry said finally, I understand. Not just what he did, but why. Not just the facts of his protection, but the love that drove it. He loved my mother so much that he spent his life protecting a child who looked like his worst enemy. He bore my hatred, my suspicion, my contempt, and he never once stopped guarding me. His voice broke. That's the most extraordinary thing anyone has ever done for me. And I never knew. I never got to thank him. He didn't do it for thanks, Harry. I know. But I wish. Harry turned back to face her. I wish I could tell him now. I wish I could let him know that I understand, that I'm grateful, that I don't hate him anymore. I wish I could tell him that I'm sorry for misjudging him, for making his already impossible job even harder. I wish. Then tell him, McGonagall interrupted gently. His portrait will be hung in the headmaster's office soon. It's been completed, but I've been waiting for the right moment to install it. I think that moment has arrived. Harry's heart skipped. His portrait? You mean? I mean that Severus Snape will take his rightful place among the headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts. And while a portrait isn't the same as the living person, it carries their essence, their memories, their personality. You'll be able to speak with him, Harry, to tell him everything you've learned, to finally give him the understanding and recognition he died without receiving. Fresh tears spilled down Harry's cheeks. When? Today, if you'd like. The portrait is ready. I had planned a formal ceremony, but I think perhaps something quieter would be more appropriate, more fitting for a man who spent his life working in shadow. Harry nodded rapidly. Yes, please. I need to speak with him. McGonagall smiled, sad but genuine. Then let's bring him home. An hour later, Harry stood in the headmaster's office, watching as McGonagall used her wand to guide a large covered frame toward an empty space on the wall. She positioned it carefully, then turned to Harry. Are you ready? Harry took a deep breath. Yes. McGonagall flicked her wand, and the covering vanished. The portrait showed Severus Snape seated in an armchair, his expression characteristically stern, his black robes pristine, his dark eyes sharp and intelligent. For a moment, he seemed to be sleeping, the way portraits often did when first revealed. But then his eyes opened, focused on the room, and finally settled on Harry. For a long moment, neither spoke. They simply looked at each other, the man and the portrait, the student and the teacher, the protected and the guardian. Finally, Harry found his voice. Professor Snape, I've seen your memories, all of them, the ones you preserved, the ones Professor McGonagall saved. I know what you did. I know everything. The portrait's expression didn't change. Then you know that I was merely doing my duty, fulfilling a promise made long ago. You were doing more than duty, Harry said firmly. You were protecting me because you loved my mother, because you couldn't save her, so you spent your life saving me instead. And you never asked for anything in return, never expected gratitude or recognition. You just did it. Year after year, always. Something flickered in the portrait's eyes, surprise perhaps, or a carefully hidden emotion. I treated you poorly, the portrait said after a moment. I was harsh, unfair, cruel at times. The fact that I had reasons doesn't excuse my behavior. You treated me the way you had to, Harry corrected, to maintain your cover, to protect me from Voldemort's suspicion. And yes, Maybe some of it was personal. I do look like my father, after all. But I understand now. I understand that every harsh word, every unfair detention, every moment of seeming cruelty was part of keeping me alive, part of the role you had to play. The portrait was silent, watching him with those black eyes that seemed to see straight through him. "I'm sorry," Harry continued, his voice breaking. "I'm sorry I made your job harder. I'm sorry I hated you. I'm sorry I never got to tell you, before you died, that I understood, that I was grateful, that I—" He stopped, struggling with the words. "That I wish I had known you better. The real you, not the mask you wore. I wish I could have been someone you didn't have to hide from. Someone you could have trusted." "Harry," the portrait said, and hearing his first name from those lips was startling, moving. "You were just a child who had lost his parents, who was thrust into danger again and again, who had every right to be angry and confused and suspicious. You have nothing to apologize for." "Neither do you," Harry said firmly. "You saved my life. You saved countless lives. You were the bravest man I've ever known, and you died thinking everyone hated you. That's not right. It's not fair. Life rarely is." "No," Harry agreed. "But I can make this one thing right. I can make sure everyone knows the truth about you. Professor McGonagall and I, we're going to write a full account of your service, your sacrifices, your heroism. We're going to publish it. Make sure the wizarding world understands what you did. You won't be remembered as a traitor or a villain. You'll be remembered as a hero." The portrait's expression shifted. Not quite a smile, but something softer than his usual stern look. "That's unnecessary. I didn't do it for recognition. I know. You did it for my mother, because you loved her, always." Harry stepped closer to the portrait. "But you deserve recognition anyway. You deserve to have your name cleared, your reputation restored. And more than that, you deserve to know that your sacrifices mattered, that I'm alive because of you, that I'm happy, that I have a family, that I named my son after you, because you were one of the bravest and most important people in my life." The portrait was very still. "You named your son after me?" "Albus Severus Potter," Harry confirmed, "after the 2 headmasters of Hogwarts who shaped my life, after the 2 men who sacrificed everything to keep me alive and defeat Voldemort, after you." For the first time since Harry had known him, whether in life or in portrait form, Severus Snape's eyes filled with tears. "Thank you," the portrait whispered. "Harry, thank you." "No," Harry said, his own tears flowing freely now. "Thank you, Professor, for everything, for every curse you deflected, every danger you steered me away from, every moment you protected me even when I hated you for it. Thank you for keeping your promise to my mother. Thank you for making sure her sacrifice meant something. Thank you for saving my life over and over again without ever asking for anything in return." He placed his hand on the frame of the portrait, as close as he could get to touching the man who had given so much. "You were always there," Harry said softly, "in the shadows, watching over me. Every time I was in danger, every time I needed protection, you were there. I just never knew it. But I know it now, Professor, and I will make sure everyone knows it. I will make sure that when people speak your name, they speak it with respect and gratitude and understanding. I promise you that." The portrait smiled then, a real smile, genuine and peaceful and utterly without bitterness. "Then I suppose," Severus Snape said quietly, that everything I did was worth it. If you understand, if you found peace with it, then it was all worth it. It was, Harry agreed. Every moment, every sacrifice, all of it. You saved me, Professor. You saved all of us. And we will never, never forget that. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, the living man and the painted one, finally at peace with each other, finally understanding what had existed between them all along. Not hatred, but protection. Not cruelty, but love expressed in the only way circumstances would allow. Outside the window, snow began to fall, soft, silent, peaceful. It drifted down over Hogwarts, covering the grounds in white, making everything clean and new. Harry watched it for a moment, then looked back at the portrait. "Rest now, Professor," he said gently. "Your watch is ended. Your promise is fulfilled. You can finally rest." The portrait nodded, and its eyes began to drift closed. But before they did, Severus Snape spoke one final time, his voice barely a whisper, but filled with everything he had carried for 17 years. "Always," he said, "for Lily, for you, always." And with that, the portrait settled into the peaceful sleep that portraits took between visitations, and Harry was left standing in the office with McGonagall, both of them crying and smiling, and finally understanding the full weight and beauty of that single word, always. And so, dear listener, we come to the end of our journey. Harry Potter has learned the truth, has witnessed every sacrifice, has finally understood the man who lived and died in shadow, so that others could walk in light. The memories are preserved, the truth will be told, and Severus Snape's name will be remembered with the honor and gratitude it always deserved. Let yourself rest now, deeply and completely. Let this story settle into your heart like snow settling over the castle. Soft, peaceful, transforming everything it touches. Remember that love takes many forms, that heroism often wears a harsh face, and that the word always can contain entire lifetimes of devotion. Sleep now, dear listener. Sleep and dream of silver does running through darkness, of promises kept against all odds, of love that endures even through death. Dream of Hogwarts at peace, of heroes finally recognized, of stories finally told. Dream of always, that beautiful, terrible, perfect word that means everything. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep well, and may you wake knowing that someone, somewhere, is always watching over you, always protecting you, always loving you, even if you never know their name. The end. Rest now, always.